All right, so welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined. Today we actually have a visiting artist in the hot shop with us, and she's the one in the red shirt, kind of closest to us up in the front. She was just sketching on the floor what we're making right now. And her name is Nadège, Desgenétez, and she is going to be making a piece that's kind of inspired by the body this time. This one is supposed to look like a breast, as you may notice. And these pieces are designed to be looked at, but also looked through. We do have a couple of these pieces out already. For example, this one, you would look through the opening of this piece, and you'd be able to see all the way through it, actually. And then with this one, closer to the right side of the hot shop, it has a little bit of a reflective surface inside of the piece, so when you look inside, you could see a little bit of your surroundings reflected inside of it. And these pieces are partially inspired by her experience where she has moved from France to the Pacific Northwest to Australia, where she lives currently and working there. And she's kind of trying to create a connection with places in the body, as well as just kind of pulling from that experience of feeling connection and disconnection from those places that she's been. And some of these pieces are actually going on display in multiple upcoming exhibits. A couple of them that I have written down are the Something Machine, that's going to be in Belport, New York. And then she'll also be displaying some of her work in Paris, France, at a gallery called Mouvement Moderne. And there is one more place where she will be displaying some work. If you guys are curious, feel free to ask away any questions about the visiting artist, her work, or just about the glass in general. And we're still pretty early on in the process right here. This is a huge amount of glass that we're working with, but we haven't really blown it out at all or anything yet. So the walls of this glass are still really thick. And right now we're just working on smoothing out the surface of the glass using this block, which is basically just this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And once we've evened out the surface, we can then blow out the bubble a little bit more. And I think you guys joined in after we got all of the glass that we needed on the pipe. But just to point out a couple of the differences between the furnaces we have in the hot shop, this furnace we're using right at this moment is just reheating the glass. So whenever we go in, it's adding more heat to the piece, making it more malleable and a little bit softer. And then this other furnace with the closed door, this is where we've been getting the glass in the first place. So it's basically just this giant tank, ceramic crucible filled with a pool of molten glass inside of it. And that sits right at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So when the glass is fully molten, it's kind of at a honey texture and it's right at that temperature. And I haven't pointed this out yet, but the slideshow that's been going across the screen, that's all of the visiting artists previously made artwork, by the way. And some of the images kind of show how some of these pieces are used. As I was describing earlier, you kind of look through these pieces and inside of them. And there are some photos where she even uses them for photography. Oh, and eventually I'll have closed captioning on the screen. It might be kind of hard to understand me just because of the echo. But, oh, actually, there we go. We have closed captioning now, just as I say it. And this next part right here, this is a really important step in the process. Ben, sitting at the bench, he's going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and he's squeezing down with a bit of force here to get a divot in this thick piece of glass. But this divot is basically our breaking point. We break the piece off from this divot later on in the process. We always create it before we even form the entire shape of the final piece. Now, usually when we're working with really large amounts of glass, you'll see somebody shielding with these wooden paddles while the artist is working on the glass. This is just preventing the heat that's coming off of the glass from touching the artist's hands or arms too much. And this metallic shield that Ben is wearing on his arm is also going to help quite a bit with that. Now, for those who just joined in, we have a visiting artist with us today. And she's the one in the red shirt, just to point her out to y'all. She's kind of close to the back on the right. And her name is Nadège, Desgenétez. And she is working on a huge variety of pieces, but a common theme between all of them is that you're able to look through them or inside of them as well as at them. So some of these pieces she's even used for photography, for example. She'll take a picture and there will be a landscape kind of shown through the opening of the piece. But this piece that we're working on right now is inspired by the body specifically, and it's going to be a breast. So we actually have the overall shape sketched out on the floor to the right of the bench that we're working on right now. So that's kind of the final shape that you can expect for this piece. Oh yeah, and I do have closed captioning on the screen. I just want to point that out before we continue. I know the torches get really loud, and so that will really help you guys understand what I'm saying. Yeah, so we're going to be using a variety of tools. One tool that you'll see us using over and over again is gravity. We'll just hang the glass down and it stretches the glass out. And that's what we're doing whenever we have the pipe at an angle. But something we used just a moment ago were the jacks, which are the two long metal blades kind of nearest to the bench. And those were used to create that divot in the glass near the pipe. That's kind of our breaking point. So we'll be breaking the piece off of the pipe later on from that spot. This pad right here, usually we'll just use folded up newspaper, and that's all that pad would be usually. But lately we've been using carbon fiber pads that are stuffed with newspaper, so it's a little bit more durable than usual. So it's this pad. And this is allowing Ben to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out, as someone was blowing into the end of the pipe. That's why we have someone sitting over on the end. And it looks like eventually we will be using this setup in the front. These are two corkwood paddles, so just corkwood, and we will use them to kind of flatten or shape the bubble in general. Sometimes we'll use them to create a complete paddle-like shape, so the piece will be completely flat on either side. Yeah, I could talk all day long about tools. I've even seen them use shoes as a mold to blow glass into. They're like, oh shoot, how do I make a foot? And they like took off their shoe and they blew a bubble into it. And it does destroy certain materials. It's going to burn away that material, but you use pretty much whatever you can think of, and that really helps you with getting certain shapes. Yeah, so another example of us stretching that glass out, instead of just hanging it down, we actually swung it back and forth, which is creating a little bit of centrifugal force to pull the glass out faster. And something I haven't really talked about yet today is the color of the glass. So right now, the glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, which is why it's orangish or kind of reddish. But as the glass cools down, we'll be able to see the true color better and better. So the area that's kind of attached to the pipe is kind of as close to that true color as you can see. So whenever we have a visiting artist, interestingly enough, they frequently do not touch the work very much themselves. And I think that that's mostly because the team that works here full time is just so incredibly experienced that they're able to just kind of tell them what they want and then they make it. And our visiting artist, just to point her out, is the one in the red shirt. She's wearing this kind of short sleeve gray as well, but her name is Nadège Desgenétez, and she sketched out this image on the ground to the right of the bench, and that's exactly what we're making right now. And then everyone else is kind of just assisting her in making it. But then on top of that, the person who sits at the bench, they're called the gaffer, and they're kind of like the team leader. So Ben is sitting down, and he's telling everyone what he needs in the moment, and he's controlling a lot of the shape. So in the very, very beginning of the process, all we have is a heated pipe. And then we also have a glass furnace, which is the tank with the closed door to the right. And this is holding a giant crucible of molten glass. So all we do is we stick that heated pipe into the molten glass and we turn, and it picks up a ball of it on the end. And we can build layer after layer after layer of that, as well as using this color over here. So this is something you guys didn't get to see because they started before the museum even opened, but this is called Color Bar, and we'll take a section of this and melt it down and basically just create a layer of color across the entire bubble. So if you look at the cross section of this piece, it is mostly clear, just a little thin layer of color here and there, depending on how many layers they put in this morning. So that's what you would have seen in the beginning, is them applying that color and getting those layers upon layers of glass. And then from there, they would just start blowing it up as they are right now. So that's a really pretty long process, getting all the glass you need. And then once again, these are corkwood paddles. I was pointing them out earlier. So we use them to just lightly flatten a couple of sides of the piece. We're dusting off any particles that might remain before we heat it back up. I think that they've been working on this piece since maybe 9. I wasn't here that early, but that's the time I would assume that they got started, because when I was coming in, they had already gotten pretty far along. So I'd say they started about 9, so it's been about an hour and a half. So we'll use a lot of torches today. These are really large, fluffy flames that run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But we're going to heat up just a section of glass using these torches instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So based off of the previous pieces I've seen of our visiting artists, we will usually heat up a section and then blow that section out, or actually suck the section of the glass in on itself. And this can be done by actually pulling air out of the pipe with your mouth, or just by pressing on the glass, and that's going to naturally push air out. But it looks like we are inflating this area of the glass this time, so you can see somebody blowing into the end of the pipe. Now, when using these corkwood paddles, the wood does tend to burn quite a bit. So at the same time we are using a nozzle to blow compressed air, it's just blowing the smoke away from the artist's face. And because this piece is quite large, we have to open up some doors for the furnace to be able to fit inside. But whenever we open them, heat is kind of escaping, so we quickly close them. And for those who just joined in, we have a sketch of exactly what we're working on the floor here behind Ben. And this is supposed to be based off of the shape of a breast. And I think a lot of you, if not all of you, have seen the artist's work yet. So could I have the slideshow up on the screen of Nadège's work? Thank you. So up on the screen, there is going to be a slideshow going. This is some of our visiting artist artwork. Once again, she's the one up in the front here with me. And her name is Nadège Desgenétez. Now, a lot of these forms, you'll see they're inspired by the body and nature, and these pieces are designed to be looked at and looked through, kind of looked into for some of them. And we have some physical pieces down on this front table here as well. These were made over a very recent residency of hers here at the Museum of Glass. This one, for example, is completely hollow all the way through, so you'd be able to look through it almost like a telescope. Meanwhile, these other ones that are obviously more closed off are going to have a sort of mirror-like finish on the inside, so you can kind of see a reflection. And this image up on the screen is really cool because it shows them using these different forms and using them for photography, looking through them. And for those who are just joining in, we're still just working on the shaping at the center bench of this abstract piece, which is once again based off the shape of a breast, which we actually have a sketch of basically the final form of this piece in white chalk to the right of the center bench, for anyone that hasn't seen that. So it might not look like we're doing too much right here, but each time we're going into the furnace, we're heating up the entire thing overall for just a little bit, making sure everything is staying warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And yes, that is warm for glass. At that temperature, the glass is basically completely solid. And then we are heating up just a section of that glass coming out and then hanging it down towards the floor, and that's letting it stretch out just a little bit. So we're using gravity as a tool to change the shape of the piece. And that's why we were kind of heating it up and hanging it down over and over again. And you can see where a lot of that heat is focused just based off the color of the glass. The color of the glass is really hard to see when we're working with it in the hot shop. It's going to glow kind of orange or kind of red, but as it cools down, it gets closer and closer to the true color of the glass. So right here, we're just doing a little bit more smaller details. We've barely heated up the glass to be just slightly malleable. We're going in and blowing, reinflating that area of the glass. And I know these torches are always very exciting, so I'll just mention that we're using them to heat up colder sections of the glass or any areas that we want extra heat, basically. This is especially important, this area that we're torching right now, this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe. This is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out, so we want to make sure that that naturally cold area stays warm. It is literally what's holding the piece on the pipe. Now, this is something you actually won't see very often in the hot shop. Ben is putting on some gloves right now. And we actually have to be really careful when wearing gloves versus just working barehanded. And the reasoning for this is with a glove, you might be touching something that is way hotter than you think it is, and that heat can start to build up, and then that heat is in your glove, and you have to get the glove off while you're working with this hot piece of glass, versus if you just have your bare hand, you can automatically tell what is too hot to touch just by slowly going up the pipe towards the glass. But this is important to wear gloves when we're working with larger pieces because there's so much heat radiating from it. If you put your hand near it, it's going to start to burn your hand a little bit. So we wear these gloves to protect our hands for the most part, just from that radiating heat. Now we're going in with this really sharp, small flame on the very end of our bubble. And we don't see this torch super often. It's really hot. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit versus the completely molten glass, which is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, just to kind of give you a gauge. And we're using this to heat up just the very end because this is where we're creating the nipple for our breast. So we're going to be pulling the glass out on the very end, and we need to heat up that to do that. And it might be a little bit hard to tell, but this glass is actually pretty thick. So we're having to heat up this same section over and over to kind of build up that heat. And we can't just sit here and continuously torch it, otherwise the rest of the piece cools down too much, which can cause thermal shock, which can, of course, break the piece. So every now and then we go back into the furnace and heat up the entire thing overall. So really important step in the piece. Now that we've built up all that heat in the very end of the bubble, we've come over with another pipe, and this has a little bit of clear glass right on the end of it. It looks cold, but it's still right at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We pressed it into the end of the piece. We're pulling it out, and this is pulling the side of the piece outward, kind of just following that pipe. And then we simply break that pipe away, and we're left with that nipple that I was describing earlier. And we've had some new people join here and there, so I just want to reintroduce what we have going on overall today. So today we do have a visiting artist. She's the one in the red shirt, kind of closest to the right side of the hot shop-ish. You guys can see her red shirt. But her name is Nadège Desgenétez, and her forms are inspired by the body and nature. This piece that we're making specifically is inspired by a breast, which I'm sure you guys can already see that visual reference. These pieces are designed to be looked at and looked into and looked through. So I'll be able to show off a slideshow of her artwork and kind of give you some examples of what I mean by that. But we also have some physical examples of her pieces in the front here. So this one is fully hollow. You can actually look all the way through it. And our artist has used it to do a little bit of photography, for example. And then some of these other pieces, like this one closest to the right side of the hot shop, this one actually has a little bit of a kind of metallic surface inside of it, and so it creates a little bit of reflection. So that's another one that you would look into. And of course, you can look at these pieces as artistic objects, so you can look at them, through them, and into them. Now, Nadège is partially inspired by her experience moving around. She moved from France to the Pacific Northwest to Australia, where she currently lives now. And she felt kind of a connection and disconnection from some of these places and from other people. And she's trying to bring that into her artwork and help people kind of create a connection with that artwork and the place that is being displayed. And she is going to display these pieces in a couple of upcoming exhibits. One will be at the Something Machine in Bellport, New York, and one will be in Paris, France, at a gallery called Mouvement Moderne. Yeah, you guys missed the very beginning of the process. They started before the museum even opened working on this piece. But this is when they would apply all the color to the glass. And just to give you guys a visual example, this is how we start. This is a piece of color bar. It's just solid colored glass kind of through and through. It could be a transparent color, it could be black, it could be an opaque color. And we'll take a section of it, melt it down, and then kind of cover a bubble of clear glass completely with that color. So we always start with clear. And if you look at the cross section of this piece, you would see it is mostly clear. There's just a thin layer of color in between those layers of clear glass. And whenever we're working on the glass in the hot shop, I'm sure you guys have already noticed, but the glass is going to literally glow because it is radiating light as well as heat, kind of like lava. So it's going to appear orange or appear red, but that's not the final color. The final color for this piece is probably going to be more of a blue or a green or maybe a blue-green. Now, it's a little bit hard to see what they're doing, but they've actually completely opened up the end of the piece just in that nipple. And Ben was going in with a pair of tweezers and just very lightly widening that opening, making sure it's not going to close in on itself when they heat it up again. And welcome to everyone who just joined. We actually have a visiting artist in the hot shop with us today. So the person who has designed all these pieces, she's the one who's crouching down looking at the piece right at this moment. She's wearing a red shirt. Can kind of keep an eye on her as she continues to tell them how she wants this piece made and changed. Her name is Nadège Desgenétez, and she has traveled from France to the Pacific Northwest to Australia, where she currently lives and works. And she's kind of bringing in that experience, feeling a connection and disconnection with those places and other people in those places. And to put this into her artwork, she's basing these designs off of the body and nature. These pieces are designed to be looked at, looked into, and looked through. You'll see with some of these pieces that we have out in person, they are completely hollow because, once again, they're meant to be looked through. This one almost acts as a telescope, in my opinion. It's really cool. And she's actually used these forms for photography as well. So taking pictures of landscapes through those forms. And this piece that we're working on right now specifically is actually based off of the shape of a breast, which I'm sure you can definitely see the relevance now. And we're just working on opening up the very end of this piece. We're going inside of this opening with a pair of tweezers and just lightly widening it. And while we have a little bit of time, I think I'll give just a little bit of an overview of the hot shop while they're continuing to work on this detail. So first off, when we first start a piece, we're always going to use this furnace, this large tank with the closed door in the back. This is a glass furnace, and it literally holds a tank of molten glass inside of it, inside of a ceramic crucible. And this sits right at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So whenever the glass is completely molten to a honey texture, it's right at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And these other furnaces that we have, these open face ones that we're using over and over again, these do not have glass inside of them. They're just used for reheating the glass, making it more malleable so we can work with it. And they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's a little bit warmer usually. And we'll also be using a lot of torches. These range in temperatures, but these fluffy ones run at the same temperature as the furnaces. Now this smaller flame, you could tell it's a lot more hot just because it's this really bright blue color when they're using it. This one's running around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, can get up to around that temperature. So it's over double the heat of the molten glass, just to give you a reference. And we're using this to work on the smaller details of the piece. So of course, this very small detail on the end, we're heating up that opening and continuously just touching it up a little bit. Now, while they're working on this piece at the center bench, they're mostly just trying to keep it warm at this point, so they're heating up any areas that are extra cold with a torch, and then they're going in and heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And over on that left bench, Sarah's getting started on a small clear bubble of glass, and this is actually going to be attached to the piece at the center bench, and it's going to kind of form a second handle, so we'll be able to break the piece off of its original pipe. And I think a lot of you guys haven't had a chance to see our visiting artists' work in general, some of the final pieces. So I do have a slideshow that I could show off, showing off some of our visiting artists' artwork. Could I have that slideshow on the screen, please? Yeah, so our visiting artist is Nadège Desgenétez. I think I told you guys a lot about her earlier. I think there might be a few new people here and there, but her work is inspired by the body and nature. So this piece, once again, is specifically a breast. And these pieces are designed to be looked at, looked through, and looked into. And I wanted to show off that slideshow to kind of give some examples of that. But so up on the screen, there's that slideshow now. So that last piece in the slideshow is a really good example of how you can use some of those pieces to look through. And a really good example is this one right here. That's exactly, basically, that last form you saw on the screen right here. And just now we have brought over that second pipe with this clear attachment on the end. And once again, this is going to be used to attach to our piece. It's going to act kind of as a second handle. So we'll be able to break the piece off from its original pipe. We're just making sure that connection is secure. And then we're going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and Ben is carving a line into this connection, just making it easier to break off this piece from that second connection later on. So they're just thinking ahead. And before breaking a piece off of any pipe, they always torch that surrounding area from the break point pretty heavily. They're waiting until they see a little bit of color or a little bit of movement, and then they'll be able to safely apply water to crack the glass and break it off. So there, they're applying that water. This is cracking the glass. Then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. Yeah, it looks like that was a successful break. So we're just going right back into the furnace. We're going to heat up the entire thing overall. Once again, just making sure everything's staying warm. And then we'll be able to start working on opening this piece up a little bit. So we're basically done working on this half of the piece that has the nipple. And now we're just going to start focusing a bunch of heat on the opening of the piece that we have right now. So now we focused all the heat just on this opening. Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades. And he is mostly just evening this opening out for now. So they're applying pressure on the outside using this carbon fiber pad. From the inside using those blades. Next they give it a little puff of air. If you haven't seen this before, this is a Sophietta. The cone is basically just blocking off the opening, and they're blowing some more air into the piece using that mouthpiece on the end. So this has reinflated the shoulder. It's created a little bit of a rounder shape just around the opening. And then once again, we're just going in with that carbon fiber pad. And the reason this is so bulky is they've actually stuffed it with newspaper. Usually we just use folded newspaper by itself to shape the glass, but the carbon fiber pad that they've wrapped around it is making it last a little bit longer. And just to mention, if anyone's curious about anything or has missed any part of the process, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know, and I can always answer any questions you guys have. So this piece is a little bit abstract, but it is based off of a breast. So we've already created the nipple, which is attached to the pipe, and we're working on finishing the form off completely right now. And then this was designed by our visiting artist, Nadège Desgenétez, and she's the one in the red shirt, which she's kind of buttoned over, but she's the one closest to me in the front right now. Yeah, so I'm trying to think of an estimate. I don't know, maybe about like 30 pounds of glass. It looks a lot heavier, and the glass artists are going to struggle with it a little bit just because of the leverage that the glass has against them all the way on the end of the pipe. So it does feel heavier than the piece would be if you were just kind of lifting it up, like these finished products. Yeah, so this tool that we were using is a little bit odd. This is basically like the jacks, which were those two metal blades we were using earlier, except instead we have these graphite blades, and they're very round and they're very soft. So we can use them on the inside of the piece without having to worry about much gouging or scraping. And this is something that we would have to worry about with those metal blades because they do have those sharp points on the end. See, that one's easy for me. That one's 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. All of them are about that temperature. The only significant difference between any of the furnaces in here is this large tank with the closed door in the back here. That's one of our glass furnaces, so it physically holds glass. All the other ones are used for reheating. And yeah, they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, usually a little bit on the hotter end. And whenever the artists get a little bit closer to the glass, they start doing a little bit of detail work and sculpting. You'll usually see them put on this kind of shiny suit or shiny apron. This is just going to reflect a lot of the heat coming off of the piece away from them. The piece is so large that it does create a lot of heat itself. And it looks like she's going to actually be sculpting this piece from the inside. This might not quite make sense yet, but you'll see soon here. She has these tools that are basically just these steel rods with a steel ball on the end, and she'll be able to push from the inside of the piece to kind of create these bumps on the surface of the glass. And to do this, we have to heat up just one small section of glass at a time. We don't want to heat up the entire piece overall, otherwise we lose the shape that we've worked so hard to get at this point. So we're just keeping the entire thing warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is still solid. And then we're heating up that one section extra hot. So we've just gone in with that tool and we've created one small little line. And this is kind of going to act as a guide as we're able to go in and hit that same spot over and over again. And I know there's some new people here and there, so I just want to give a quick introduction again as to what we have going on in general. So we do have visiting artist Nadège Desgenétez here with us, and she is the one in this shiny suit kind of torching the piece right at this moment, kind of leaning down. And everyone else is assisting her in making this piece come to life. So this is her design and her piece. And these pieces are designed by the body, or inspired by the body and nature. They're designed to be looked at and looked through and looked into. This piece that we're specifically working on is going to kind of be the shape of a breast, I've been told. And we're just kind of finishing it off. We're adding some finishing details. And once again, there's a huge difference between these two torches. For those who weren't in here earlier, these large fluffy flames are used to heat up a larger section of glass, usually areas that are cooling down too quickly or just are naturally really cold. And then at this smaller, sharper flame, this one is used to heat up a really small section of glass very quickly. As you can see, it's up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that small blue flame. And this fluffy flame is running around 21 to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so pretty big difference. Yes, so that's a good question. Our visiting artist has a couple of different places that she's going to be displaying this work at soon. One of them is going to be at the Something Machine in Bellport, New York. And then another one is actually going to be in Paris, France, and it's at a gallery called Mouvement Moderne. And I think there's one more exhibit that she's going to have a single piece in, but those two exhibits specifically are going to be solo exhibitions, which is really cool. So those are a couple of places you could see her work. I'm sure you could also search up her name and find some more of her work online. If you need the spelling, I can always give it to you. So with some of Nadège's pieces, you'll see it a very similar texture where she has kind of pushed the glass inward and created all of these kind of internal valleys and hills. So when you look into the piece, you almost have a little bit of a landscape. Once again, kind of like these textures of hills kind of going over each other. It's kind of what it looks like from the inside. Yeah, this is something I haven't talked about in a little while, but a lot of these pieces will end up having either a partial metallic finish on the inside or a completely mirror-like finish on the inside. So when you look inside of the piece, you'll be able to see a little bit of reflection. You'll be able to see yourself in the piece, and then adding all of this texture to the piece is going to really distort that reflection and create just an even more abstract piece. And for anyone that's joined in recently, once again, we're just adding a little bit of texture to this piece right now using this large steel tool. This is literally just a steel rod with a steel ball on the end. It is coated in beeswax to help prevent it from sticking to the hot glass though. If we have a material that's just around the same temperature as the glass, the materials will actually stick together. And when glass and steel stick together, they don't cool down the same and it can actually break the glass. It's really interesting. So we definitely don't want that in our piece. Now, while we're working on any section of this piece, we will always torch this back end of the piece where the glass is physically connected to the pipe. And I described this really earlier on in the day, so I don't think I've mentioned it in a while, but this is because this section is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally just cooling down really quickly, and it's attached to the pipe. Obviously, we don't want that connection to break, so we keep it warm by torching it a little bit extra, and then we go and we heat up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. We want to keep everything at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That might sound really hot, but that's actually just a really happy medium temperature for glass, and it's completely solid at that point. So it looks like we'll be doing just a little bit of touching up of this shape overall. So after applying a light amount of heat, you can kind of see that glow a little bit. And Ben is going in with these corkwood paddles. So these are literally just made out of corkwood. They do burn quite a bit when we use them on the glass, but it's important that we have wooden tools to use because it's an insulating material. And when we touch it to the glass, it's not going to pull a lot of heat out of the piece, which prevents thermal shock, most importantly. So now we've just turned this flame into kind of this reducing flame. And what this means is when we apply this to the glass is the metals in the glass are going to rise to the surface and create kind of a metallic color because it's literally pulling the metals to the surface of the glass. So whenever you see a piece that is kind of slightly metallic, not fully mirrored, just kind of slightly metallic, this is usually how they do that. And once again, this piece down in the front right here has that same exact appearance on the inside where they've used that reducing flame to pull the metals to the surface. And this is done at the very end of the process, so this is telling me that we're not going to be shaping it or altering it anymore. If we were to melt it down anymore, then it would get rid of that metallic sheen and we'd have to apply it again. So we're just going to keep applying this metallic sheen, keeping everything warm, and then we will break it off and put it away. You can always tell when we're getting close to that point because you'll see somebody get suited up in this big shiny suit and these Kevlar gloves. And this is why it's important to wear gloves during this point. We're just really, really close to this piece of glass, and we're almost kind of sticking our hand inside of the piece, which is completely 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now this entire piece is overall warm. We have that mirrored surface on the inside of the piece, or that metallic surface, I should say. So we're ready to break this piece off and put it away completely by applying a little bit of water, which cracks that glass. You can hear that cracking. And then all we do is we tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. And that was a successful break, so let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. And this is going inside of the annealer. I haven't pointed these boxes out yet today, but they sit around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll fill it up as much as we can throughout the day today. And then when we're done, we just press a button and it's programmed to very slowly cool down, which prevents thermal shock. So we won't see those pieces again until at least tomorrow. And we'll probably get started on something again in just a minute. I'm sure the glass blowers need a little bit of a water break. They've been working on that piece since 9 a.m. So if you guys have any questions for me so far, please feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And we'll be here all day till 5 p.m. And could we have Nadège's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So if you guys haven't seen it yet, up on the screen there's a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. All right, so it sounds like we're actually going to take an early lunch since we would only have an hour until our usual lunch break at 1 p.m. And this is going to give us a bigger afternoon, so we'll be able to make a much larger piece all at once instead of just cutting it short, basically. So we'll be back at around 1 p.m. to continue making glass. All right, so welcome into the hot shop to everyone who's joined us. Today we actually do have a visiting artist with us, and she is the one all the way over on the right side of the hot shop right there. And her name is Nadège Desgenétez. And she is creating some forms that are inspired by the body and nature. I'm going to check in and see what we're making exactly, but we do have some examples of some previous blown forms down on this front table right here. Earlier today, we made another breast, kind of like this, of course, completely different detailing, different colors. But these are just really good examples. Something I really like about her work is you are able to look inside of or even through some of these pieces. You guys saw that slideshow on the screen. That was all of Nadège's previously made artwork. And some of those pieces she actually used for photography. So she would take a picture through some of these pieces and she'd have a landscape in the background. And so that's a really good example of how you can use some of these pieces and how you can view some of them. So instead of just looking at them as an object, you're actually able to use them in a different visual way. And a lot of her work is also inspired by her experience moving from France to the Pacific Northwest to Australia, where she currently lives and continues to work on making art. She felt kind of a disconnect and connection from different places and other people, and she is kind of translating that into her artwork a little bit, trying to give the feeling of, ooh, what's a good word for this? Like you can kind of connect to the piece and it almost feels familiar to you in a way. And she's going to have a couple of exhibits coming up soon. One of them is going to be in Bellport, New York at the Something Machine. And then there's going to be one in Paris, France at a gallery called Mouvement Moderne. And we're just getting started here. They started during our lunch break. This piece is still pretty early on in the process. Right now they just have a single bubble that actually has 2 layers of color on it, one transparent layer and then one semi-transparent white layer. And as they blow this out, this will become a little bit more obvious. And just to talk about the hot shop a little bit, just in case some of you guys haven't been in one before, that furnace that she just went inside of over on the right side of the hot shop here, this is our glass furnace, and it basically holds a large ceramic crucible with molten glass inside of it. And it sits right around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, so that glass that she has over there is basically right around that temperature at the moment. And then all of these open face furnaces, these are used for reheating the glass. So each time we go inside of those, we're just trying to make the glass more malleable. We're not adding anything to it. And those run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And just to give you guys a little bit of reference, you missed the coloring part, but this is what we use to get color on our glass, something called color bar. It's basically just solid glass color that we get shipped in, and we'll melt down a section of it and then kind of spread it over top of a clear bubble of glass. So we always start with clear, and then we have to apply our color in some sort of way. Yeah, so our artist Nadège actually has a piece of color on the end of the pipe at the center bench. Now, so far to create each of these different pieces, we've been doing something similar in the beginning to get our colors. And what we do is we will create a cup of colored glass, and then we will create another bubble with more color on it, and we'll stuff it inside of that cup to pick it up. So this process is called a stuff cup, basically, and you'll see that pretty soon in the hot shop. Yeah, surprisingly, the hot shop tends to be pretty safe. These guys, I've seen like teeny tiny, tiny little burns from like touching the wrong end of a tool on accident, or something popping and then something hitting them for just a split second. But really, we usually don't have to worry about touching anything hot because, for example, this pipe here, it has this gradual change from cold kind of air temperature to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right by the glass. And we can feel that very like subtle change. It's changing very slowly as we get closer to the glass. So this is how we start all of our projects in general. We simply start with a heated pipe, and then we stick it into that large pool of molten glass inside of our tank and pick up a ball of glass on the end. It's basically just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel. The hot glass is going to want to stick to that heated pipe. And this is a little bit confusing, but Ben blew through the end of the pipe just briefly, and that created a small bubble that actually burst through the glass. And this is on purpose, so he's just burst through that bubble, and this is going to allow air to go all the way through the pipe and just out the other end. Usually what we would do is we would create a bubble within the glass instead of breaking through it. But the reason for doing this is because we will be applying this color directly onto the end of that pipe, so the color is exposed on the inside of the piece, if that makes sense. It's a little bit confusing, but it's important to have the color exposed on the inside of these pieces because we will be reducing the glass later, which is pulling the metals to the surface of the colored glass. If we covered that in a layer of clear, we wouldn't be able to access that color anymore. And yeah, this is a really good example. If you guys get a chance, you can always come down to the front right here. But it has kind of this metallic sheen on the inside of this piece right here, and that's something that we did with one of our pieces earlier today. Just adding another detail and another element to these pieces. So at the center bench, this is exactly how we get our color. So we've heated that color up until it's molten, dropped it onto the end of the pipe, And this is going to be smoothed and kind of rounded out, and eventually you'll see Ben blow a small bubble within that color. We won't be able to see the bubbles in either of these pieces of glass quite yet, just because the color is so rich we can't see through it. But as they blow the piece out more and more, it'll become more transparent. Yeah, so they've already been working on this bubble quite a bit over on the left bench, but at this point they have blown that bubble out a little bit, and they created a line or a divot in the glass called the jack line, which you'll see as soon as they come out of the furnace. So the line that I'm talking about is basically they've squeezed the glass in right next to the pipe, and that's basically a breaking point. So later on we'll be breaking the piece off of the pipe from that point. And this is turning into that cup that I was describing to some of you earlier. We're creating a stuffed cup, and if you weren't here for that, this is basically just going to be a cup with straight walls and a round bottom. And then this bubble at the center bench is going to become larger, of course, and then we will stuff it inside of that cup to pick that color up on the outside. So we'll have, I think, about 4 layers of color in total when we have all of this glass together. And that's something that we've done for a lot of these pieces. So I was just checking in with our visiting artists over on the right bench, just seeing exactly what we're working on today. And it sounds like this is going to be relatively similar to what we were working on earlier today. So we're going to be making a breast, kind of an abstract breast out of this glass. All of this glass is going to come together. And I also got the colors for this piece. So it's going to be a transparent gray and a semi-transparent white. So as they blow this piece out and it cools down a little bit, you'll be able to see that gray a little bit better. So at this point, we have applied that second layer of color to the bubble at the center bench. So once again, this is called a color drop or a color overlay. It's just giving us a layer of color, but really if you look at the cross section of any piece of glass, you'd usually see it's mostly clear glass and then a little bit of color kind of sandwiched in between those layers of clear. And once again, this bubble at the center bench is going to become quite a bit larger. Over on that left bench, we have actually attached a second pipe to the bottom of that bubble that we had, and then we broke it off from its original pipe, and that's how we're able to open a piece up. So this is something we have to do for any blown piece, whether it's a cup, a vase, a bowl. We have to break it off of that previous pipe, and then we can open it up. So that's the step that we're at over there. So in the background on the screen, we can see how open that cup is at this point. So they have finished that shape. They're just going to let it sit and cool down a little bit. Overall, just making sure the entire cup stays at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that might sound really warm, but that's actually a pretty cool temperature for glass. If it drops below that temperature, it can actually break from thermal shock. So we have to keep it at or above that temperature the entire time we're working with it in the hot shop. And right after getting a layer of clear from the furnace, we always sit down and start using our block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool, to kind of smooth and even out the surface of the glass. We'll usually use this tool twice, and then we'll start to actually blow out the bubble a little bit. It just makes sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within all of this glass. If we weren't to do this process, we'd have uneven heat and uneven thickness, which causes the bubble to go out in different directions. And I know people have been joining here and there. It's a little bit hard for me to keep track of who's new. So if you guys have missed anything or if you're curious about anything or visiting artists at Glass, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know and ask any questions you like. So this is when the blowing and glass blowing comes into play. So whenever you see somebody with their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them expanding that glass like a balloon. We're not going to expand it very much right here at the center bench. We're just expanding it a little bit. Each time we get one new layer of clear glass. And once again, glass color is really interesting. So this piece at the center bench that we've been continuously building up, it may look a little bit yellow or orange right now, but this is just the glass being so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, literally like lava. So as this glass cools down, it becomes closer and closer to its true color. And sometimes some colors, you will not be able to see the final color in the hot shop. You have to wait for it to fully cool down to room temperature. And that is at least a day-long process. Yeah, every now and then we've been seeing them spray some water into the furnace. This is usually just to break air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass, and that water will very quickly, I mean immediately evaporate as soon as it hits the surface of that glass, and then it becomes molten again. But yeah, we want to make sure we're not getting any air bubbles trapped within our piece, so we always try to break them beforehand. So we have our visiting artist, so she is our designer and she's kind of telling everyone how she wants things done and what she wants it to look like. And then we have basically just the hot shop team. And usually this would mean that she's the one sitting down at the bench and doing all the work and then everyone's kind of assisting her. But today is a little bit different. So far, Ben, the one who's at the center bench right now, has been sitting down at the bench and physically creating these pieces while others assist him. And this is very common in this hot shop. Whenever we have visiting artists come through, some of them don't even work with glass to begin with, which is really interesting. And they design the pieces. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to physically make them. Still theirs. Oh yeah, and you guys can hear that torch across the hot shop. This is a large fluffy flame. We'll be using a couple of them at the center bench later, but they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, just like the furnaces, and they are used to heat up a section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire piece overall. So it's especially important to heat up cold areas of the glass or any fragile areas of the glass. And we've just gotten one more gather or one more layer of clear at the center bench. Yeah, so on the right side of the hot shop, kind of in the front, they have a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water that they set the pipe down into. As we get more and more layers of clear glass, we're having to stick that pipe pretty deep into the furnace, and the heat will start to travel up the pipe towards your hands. And so it's just kind of pushing that heat back. And we do have one on the other side of the hot shop, so if they ever kind of halfway disappear around the corner over there, that's usually what they're doing. So once again, after smoothing that surface out with the block a couple of times, that wooden spoon-shaped tool, we start to inflate the bubble a little bit. And you can see each time we do this, that white layer of glass inside of the piece kind of gets closer to the outer part of the piece, just that clear layer. And this is just the bubble expanding and the walls getting a little bit thinner and thinner each time. And I was describing to someone in the audience earlier that this big piece of white you see is literally just a layer of white color that's been kind of dropped and spread on top of another layer of clear. And then we gathered more layers of clear over that. So it kind of just looks like it's hovering in there, but it's just a layer of color. Yeah, so I missed an interesting moment. I turned around and all of a sudden this piece of glass they've been working on has these little air bubbles across it, and I can already tell what they did to get that. So they kind of disappeared around the corner, and what they were doing is they were going to something called the powder booth. The powder booth is really important. It makes sure we don't inhale any glass particles or any particles that we're working with in general. And what they did was they had a dish of baking soda, sorry, there we go, baking soda, and they sprayed an air gun into it, and that sent particles up and onto the surface of the glass. And so those particles of baking soda stuck to the glass, they gathered one more layer of clear, and this formed all of these really small air bubbles across the entire surface of the piece. And you'll see them do something a little bit different sometimes too, which is when they dunk the entire piece into a bucket of water and baking soda mix. And that one creates a little bit bigger air bubbles. So this one is just more of a controlled version of that. So now as we blow this piece out, we should continue to have those small air bubbles across the entire piece. It's just another little detail, a little bit of texture added. And this piece of glass is very large at this point. So it looks like this is all the glass we need. So this is the exciting part. You remember earlier I was telling you that we created a stuff cup. So this is broken off the end of the pipe and then set upright inside of a heated ring. And this is where we're going to use the stuff cup for its purpose, which is stuffing it. So we'll stuff it with this bubble we created at the center bench. And I think this is super satisfying. You can see they touch down on the bottom first, and then as they push this bubble down, this is slowly filling up the cup. You can kind of see it touching to the sides. So now we've just picked up that cup, and we have about 4 layers of color on this one piece of glass now because of that. Now, whenever we pick these cups up, we usually inevitably have a little bit of an overhang where it's not quite touching down onto the bubble all the way. So what we'll do is we'll roll it on this large metal table called the marver, and this is going to be slowly rolled until that cup completely touches up against the bubble. And right now we're just heating that overhang while we're rolling it on the table. So for anyone that's recently joined, I just want to mention again that this piece that we're making right now exactly is supposed to turn into a sort of breast shape. So earlier we made one of these as well, and it's kind of similar to what we have on the front pedestal right here for anyone that's curious. This is what I was gesturing to. But the only difference is this piece that we're making right now, I've been told is going to be completely or almost completely sealed off. This one has like a really large opening on the opposite side. And then they're going to completely mirror the inside. So they'll coat it with like a mirror finish. I think it's a mixture of like aluminum and silver that they actually pour into the piece when it's cold. And then they will kind of move it around to coat the inside. Now, it's an interesting process. I haven't gotten to see it myself, but that's something that they do when the glass is cold, of course. So we're just going to see the shaping of it today. And could I actually have Nadège's artwork up on the screen, please? Thanks. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going. I really want to show this off for anyone that hasn't seen it. This is our visiting artist artwork. And you'll see exactly this right here. This is one of those mirrored breasts, but of course this piece that we're making right now is probably going to be a little bit more abstract. Earlier we were pushing some tools into the surface of the piece, and this is creating kind of these valleys across the entire piece. And you'll see that with some of these previously made pieces, such as this one right here. It has those same valley-like textures across it. And once again, Nadège is inspired by the body and nature, so you'll see multiple pieces that are inspired by various parts of the body. This one is inspired by the female body, of course. Now these pieces are designed to be looked at and looked through and looked into. So a couple of those photos that just passed by, you saw people looking through the piece almost like a telescope. And Nadège will use these for photography as well and kind of have a landscape in the background. And I think that's really cool. A lot of artists make objects to look at, but these ones are a lot more interactive. You're able to look through them and use them for different visual effects. And now focusing back on the center bench, since we're using this block again, once again, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, this is telling me that we're going to be blowing out this bubble again soon. And surprisingly, this pad that Ben is using here, this is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And we'll use these very frequently. People are always surprised by it, but that is totally enough protection. You can't feel any heat through that pad. And it does burn away over time, but it is a cheap material. We just fold up new ones every few days. Oh, and another thing that Nadège told me that I just remembered now is that this one, once again, is supposed to be like a breast, right? But it's also partially inspired by the moon. So the colors we have are these transparent grays and this semi-transparent white. When we blow it out, it's going to look almost galaxy-like, especially with those tiny little air bubbles we added. Those are going to be almost like stars, I would imagine. And we have gone back to the powder booth. So this is the process I missed earlier where they disappear around the corner and they are spraying into a baking soda dish. And this is pushing that powder up onto the glass. So it looks like we're creating one more layer of these air bubbles on the very outside of the piece. And we'll always do this when the glass is a little bit hot so that those particles stick. But we always have to let this cool down a little bit before we gather our next layer of clear. So we're going to let this bubble cool down overall and eventually gather one more layer of clear over top. Yeah, so that's a really good question, and that is why we always let the glass cool down before we get our next layer of clear, is so that the internal or core temperature is a lot lower. It's kind of solid and not moving very much. And then we gather that fresh layer of clear over top, and we're not going to be kind of uncontrollably hot. And that was why we cooled down the entire center of it before that layer of clear. Uh, yeah, just a small detail that is a little bit something you have to learn over time, but and I think quite a few new people have joined, so I do want to reintroduce what we have going on in general. So once again, today we do have a visiting artist, and her name is Nadège Desgenétez, and she is the one kind of close to the front here, and she has a red shirt on underneath this sort of button-up. And everyone else is kind of assisting her in making these pieces that she's designed. Up on the screen, we've had a slideshow going of some examples of her previously made artwork, and she's making something that is going to be based off of the female body this time, so breast. And it's also inspired by the moon, apparently. So we're having some transparent gray colors, some semi-transparent white colors. Then we'll also be mirroring the inside of the piece, kind of like this. So a lot of different details going into this piece. We've also been adding small air bubbles throughout the entire piece. These are going to be really hard to see when we're working with it in the hot shop, but if you were to look at it up close, you would actually be able to see them pretty well. And Nadège does have some pieces down on this front table right here. If you guys are curious, you can always take a closer look. This one is very similar to something we made earlier today, which this is another breast, of course. But the inside has a sort of metallic sheen to it. And this was done by reducing the glass, which is applying a certain flame, and the metals will rise to the surface of the glass where that flame was touching it. And that is how we get that metallic sheen. And once again, I know I said that this glass is a transparent gray and a semi-transparent white. Right now it's orange just because of how hot the glass is. It's radiating light as well as heat, for those who just joined in. So it's literally glowing orange like lava. And just a moment ago, Ben was preheating these two metal blades. These are called the jacks. These are really important because you'll see in just a moment we're going to use them to create kind of a breaking point for our piece called the jack line. So now we're going in with those jacks. We're going in really close to the pipe. We're squeezing down. And this does take a little bit of force depending on how thick the glass is or how cold it is. So Ben is probably squeezing pretty hard here. And he's wearing this metallic sleeve. This is protecting his arm from a lot of that heat that's radiating off of the glass. And then once again, this is just a breaking point that will literally break this piece off of the pipe from later on. And of course, we're blowing it up a little bit right now. So whenever we have our mouths on the end of the pipe, we're pushing air into the pipe, expanding that glass like a balloon. And at the same time, Ben is guiding which way he wants it to blow out by using a carbon fiber pad stuffed with newspaper. And just to orient you guys a little bit, the front of the breast is going to be the part that's furthest away from the pipe. So that's where we would create the nipple, for example. And then the back end of the piece is going to be what's connected to the pipe. Eventually, we'll close that opening off way later on in the process. Not completely, but mostly. And then this is where they would pour that mirroring solution inside the piece on a later date. And our visiting artist, once again, Nadège, she is drawing out a sketch of how she wants this piece to turn out. And this is pretty common in hot shops. They'll usually draw on the floor with chalk to kind of create a reference drawing. It's really easy for them to look at, and it's not like we have space for chalkboards on the walls. So we just kind of make it work. And another tool that you might not quite think of as a tool that we've been using continuously is gravity. So each time we're going into the furnace and we're coming back out and we're hanging the glass towards the floor, this is stretching that glass out, creating a longer and narrower shape. So we do the same thing to create vases, cups, anything that's going to be a little bit longer and taller. But we also will stretch the glass out and then reinflate it out to kind of a perfect circle. Otherwise, it would just keep kind of blowing out more and more to the side. And while somebody is blowing, they're heating up a cold area of the glass, kind of the shoulder. And they're also cooling down the bottom using this nozzle that's blowing compressed air. And it's just like blowing on a hot piece of food. It's going to cool that glass down. It's going to make it less malleable so it doesn't blow out as much in that direction. So we do use it quite a bit for that purpose. And now as we're blowing this piece out, you can see, as I was describing earlier, this white is semi-transparent, and the more we blow it out, the less rich that white is, and the more you'll be able to see through it. We do technically have a gradient of it, so it will be richer in one area than the other. So when you blow into the end of the pipe, a lot of people's instinct is to exhale as hard as you can, as if you're kind of like blowing up a balloon, because you need to physically put air into it. But it's a little bit different when it comes to blowing up glass. A lot of people will kind of put air into their mouth and then use the muscles in their cheeks to kind of forcefully push it, because you do have to put more force in than you can when you're just exhaling. So we frequently will use those muscles in our cheeks. And we just have to get more breaths of air to push in. And then, of course, if the glass is thin and kind of hot, you actually have to whisper breathe into the piece to not blow it out too thin to break it. So you just have to be very controlled. You have to have strong mouth and be gentle at the same time. It's a little bit of a balance. Oh, and also these tools we just started using here, these are corkwood paddles, so literal corkwood, and they do burn away as we use them over time, but it's important to have a wooden tool because it's an insulating material, so when we touch it to the glass, it's not pulling a lot of heat out of it, which is preventing thermal shock, it's preventing rippling and cracking. Yeah, for anyone that's local and has youth in their lives, there's a couple of different ways for youth to participate in glass in some sort of way. If you're 12 and under, they can submit a kid's design glass, and it has a chance to turn into a piece of glass here at the museum, completely free program, as well as the Hilltop Artist Program, which is something I went through personally. You could start blowing glass yourself at the age of 12 and up. And I started at 15, so I know a whole lot about that program. And if anyone is curious about either of those, feel free to let me know. So the Hilltop Artist Program is actually in the back of a middle school and a high school. They literally have their own hot shops. So at Hilltop Heritage Middle School and Silas High School. As long as you can make it to the programs on time for the start time, then you can start, yeah. And it's free as well. Yeah, so say a kid is like homeschooled, for example, you can take them to that club after school. There's summer programs, all sorts of different opportunities. Now, just an interesting little bit of information. We've been continuously blowing air into the piece. Whenever we're pressing into the glass or shaping it in any sort of way, we'll also cap the end of the pipe, so we're covering it with a finger, making sure that the air isn't escaping the piece when we apply pressure to it. because this pipe works both ways. We can push air in, but air can also come back out. And sometimes we do suck air out purposefully to kind of dip or divot the glass in on itself. So that's how we would create something called a suck bowl, for example. That's something that I've seen sold in multiple places. They create like a really round bubble, and then they heat up half of it and literally suck it in onto itself, which creates 2 layers of glass in a bowl shape. And if you didn't have a good view of it earlier, these are the sketches of what they're creating right now up on the screen. Might be a little bit hard to see it from certain areas of the hot shop, so this is a pretty good view. Yeah, this entire process from here is mostly just going to be shaping and detailing. So they're going in with these corkwood paddles over and over again and just doing these really light touches to just very slightly change the shape. And for anyone that's recently joined, today we have visiting artist Nadège Desgenétez. And she is the one in the red shirt and this kind of light brown button up over it. And she is inspired by the body and nature to create these forms. This piece is specifically inspired by the female body. We are creating a sort of breast-like abstract object. And up on the screen, there's a slideshow going of some of Nadège's previously made artwork, just to kind of give you an idea of some of the final products. And something special about this piece that we're making right now in the hot shop is apparently this is going to have a mirror-like finish on the inside of the piece, and it'll be basically a completely closed-off form. So it's just going to be completely mirror finished on the entire inside of this piece. Now, these pieces that Nadège makes are designed to be looked at, looked into, and looked through. So some of those pieces you saw in the slideshow were even being used for photography, taking a picture through them. And I think that's really cool. That's something you don't see very often. Usually artists make objects to look at, but these ones are a lot more interactive. And this is a really good example of what I was just talking about. We have one of these cones right here on the front table. And once again, for anyone that's recently joined, we have the sketches of the piece that we're making on the ground up on the screen. And once again, this is inspired by the female body. This is supposed to be kind of like a breast, and it is also inspired by the moon. And I think that that's going to come into play more so with the colors and the kind of details of the piece. We added some little air bubbles throughout the entire piece in 2 different layers of glass. So we're going to have almost this starry look to it. And then we also have these silvery colors because we've layered a transparent gray with a semi-transparent white. And we've just laid out a board on the ground. This is actually a piece of kiln shelf that has been coated in beeswax. The beeswax is burned over time, which is why it's black, but we'll probably use it to flatten a side of this piece. That's what we usually will do. And right now we're just focusing a lot of heat just on the very end of the bubble using this small sharp flame. This flame can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that small handheld torch, which is really impressive because the molten glass itself is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's already over double the heat. But those small torches, because of that intense heat, are really helpful. It's good for small details, so we can just work on one small area at a time instead of heating up the entire thing and possibly losing details that we already worked so hard to get. Yeah, that was the kiln shelf. Yeah, it's coated in beeswax. They're heating it up because they don't want anything cold to touch the piece of glass at all. So we always heat up metal tools before using them. We heat up wood sometimes. We heat up kiln shelf, graphite. But yeah, we just want to make sure that it's not freezing kind of room temperature cold. Otherwise, it can cause rippling in the glass. So we'll probably see them use it pretty soon based off the fact that they're heating it up a little bit right now. Yeah, so that area that they've been applying a lot of heat to on the bubble itself, that's the area that they're going to be flattening using this kiln shelf setup. So importantly, when they're applying pressure to the bubble, they are capping the bubble on the end of, or capping the pipe on the end of the pipe, making sure that air can't escape the bubble too much. And just like that, we have flattened one end of the bubble. was trying to find a good example of when we might have done that for some previous pieces, but we don't have any pieces out that we did that on. But we did that the other day as well. We actually flattened two sides of the piece using a shelf setup like that. It's really hard to create that perfectly flat surface without using that setup. And I'm not quite sure how many other people can see it, but now that they've blown it out a lot, I can actually start to see those small air bubbles that they trapped in the glass earlier, especially when the torch light is kind of behind the glass. So they're just reflattening that same side a little bit. They'll usually do it a couple of times just to make sure that they have crisper, kind of more angled edges. Because when we push the bubble in one direction, it's going to push out other directions. It's just a way that the glass is going to work. And it looks like we've started to torch the back end of the piece where the glass is physically connected to the pipe. I always get questions about why we do this, so proactively answer that question. This is the last part of the piece that's going into the furnace, as you'll see right here. And it's also the first thing coming out every time they come out of the furnace, so it's naturally just cooling down really quickly. And you'll even see a color difference there when we work with a piece of glass. That area tends to be really dull, it's not glowing from heat. We want to make sure everything is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, otherwise we can get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. And we especially don't want that to happen where the glass is connected to the pipe. So now while they're continuing to just work on these details of the center bench and keep the entire piece warm, over on the left bench it looks like Sarah, one of our glass flowing team members, is going to start working on something called the punty. The punty is basically just a second pipe that they eventually bring over and attach to the bottom of the piece, and it allows them to break the entire piece off from its original pipe, so the one it's on right now. And this is all going to start with just a single gather of clear on the end of her pipe. She'll just continue to build up a little bit of mass and actually blow a bubble. This is a little bit of a weird connection, but you'll see in a moment how it's used. Also at the center bench, we've started to work on a pretty interesting detail. We brought over a really small pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end, and we stuck it into the heated side of the bubble that we've been building up a lot of heat in. We pulled that away, and that pulled the bubble out itself. So this is creating, I would assume, the nipple of the breast, but I could be wrong. Yeah, so once again at the center bench, we're just trying to keep this entire piece warm overall. We're not really trying to edit anything here, just keeping any cold areas extra warm, any fragile areas extra warm, heating up the entire thing overall. And over on that left bench up on the screen, we have a view of them making that punty. Once again, this is going to be brought over and attached to the piece, the center bench, and then we'll be able to break the piece completely off of that pipe. So what we did is we blew a bubble of glass. We actually opened up the end of that bubble. So if we were to blow into the end of that pipe right now, the air will just pass all the way through and out that opening in the end. And this is going to be helpful in a couple of ways. We will probably attach it over a small opening in the piece at the center bench, and it allows us to continue to blow air into the piece even after we break it off of this blowpipe right here. We really don't want to create a vacuum in any piece of glass, so we always have to make sure there's an opening somewhere. If we do create a vacuum, a completely sealed off piece of glass, then the glass can actually implode on itself. Now, after attaching that clear cylinder of glass, we're going to create another divot in that fresh hot attachment. And this is basically just thinking ahead. They're going to break this piece off of this secondary pipe eventually as well, so they're creating this divot beforehand, making it easier to break off. Now, the way that we're going to break this off is by applying a little bit of water to this divot we had in that original piece. So right in that jack line. This is cracking that connection a little bit by little bit. And then we tap the pipe that sends a vibration to those small cracks and breaks that piece off. And it looks like that was a successful break, so we're just going in and heating up the entire thing, keeping it all warm. And now we'll be able to focus on working on just around that opening pretty much. We're not going to edit the area that's connected to the pipe. That's all done. We're just going to work on the front half of the piece now. So now to work on the opening, they have to focus all of the heat on just the opening. So they're going in with 2 of these fluffy torches and applying that extra heat. And then whenever we go back into the furnace, we're just heating up the entire thing for just a little bit of time. We're not even heating it up enough for it to be malleable. It's just making sure it doesn't crack from thermal shock. And as we work more and more with this piece, you can see the true color a lot better. I might have mentioned it before, but for anyone that didn't hear earlier, this piece has transparent gray inside of it as well as semi-transparent white. And so that is why we have kind of a gradient too. This white is a little bit thicker and richer in those lighter areas and then a little bit thinner in the more transparent areas. And I think there's enough new people that I can reintroduce what we have going on in general. So once again, today we have visiting artist Nadège Desgenétez, and she's the one in the red and kind of brownish gray shirt matchup. And she's holding those wooden paddles, just to point her out to you all. But she is here to make some pieces that are inspired by the body and nature. So once again, this piece that we're making specifically right now is inspired by the female body. So it's supposed to be a breast. And a lot of her pieces are designed to be looked at, looked through, and looked into. So this piece on the screen I think is really cool. It's like this large cone that we have out in the front right here, and you're meant to look through it. You can actually see all the way through it, but the different textures that are added to the side of the piece, you can see them inside, and they almost look like valleys and hills, for example. And so she'll use them for photography even. So that's really cool. With these pieces, you're meant to experience them a little bit more than just looking at them as a piece of art. And this piece that we've been working on right now is inspired by the female body and the moon specifically. So I think the colors and the textures are kind of coming from that moon inspiration. So right here, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers. He's pinching and pulling at the opening of the piece a little bit. This is all excess glass just around the opening that eventually will be cut off in some sort of way. but we'll use it as a handle probably to be able to close the glass up a little bit more or create a more flat or round shape depending on what they're going for. Based off of the previous pieces I've seen, I would imagine that this end that they're working on will eventually turn out flat. So yes, just as I thought, we are sectioning off this end piece of glass. We're going in with the jacks, those two metal blades. We're just squeezing down until we've created this disc, basically. And while Ben is continuously working on this piece, our visiting artist is coming in and she is continuing to direct which shape she wants for this final piece. And she's also shielding his hands and arms from the heat that's radiating off of the glass. That's what she's been doing with those wooden paddles. We do use them to flatten the glass every now and then, which is why they are charred, though. So continuing to use the jacks, once again, these two metal blades, we're actually pulling outwards. So you can see this is creating almost a little bit of a neck. This is what we would do to create the neck of a vase even. But the goal is just to kind of stretch out the upper portion of this piece that's still malleable and hot. And then it looks like our visiting artist briefly went in with the Sophietta, which is that cone-shaped tool. This is used to block off the opening of the piece so they can blow a little bit more air in. So once again, going in for another puff of air. And this is all mostly to just inflate the shoulder of the piece. If you were looking at this as if it were a vase, we're just heating up any area of the glass that is currently heated up. You can kind of see that orange color within the glass. And that is all from the heat. There's nothing actually orange in this glass. And then once again, I know a lot of you weren't around earlier on the process when we started our piece, so I just want to point out we just used the glass furnace, which is holding a giant crucible of molten clear glass inside of it, and all we need to do to use it is stick a pipe inside of it and then turn, kind of like gathering honey on a wooden dowel. Yeah, if anyone in the audience ever has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. I'll come over to you to answer any questions you have, whether it's about the visiting artist or about the glass in general, about the museum. Any questions are fine. Yeah, so if anyone's curious, you might be able to notice these small air bubbles in the surface of the glass, or within the glass, I should say. And this was achieved by spraying or kind of sticking little particles of baking soda to the glass. And then we'll gather another layer of glass over top of it, and it traps the baking soda between two layers of glass, creating small air bubbles or air pockets. And we did that twice just to make sure that we had plenty of those air bubbles across the piece. Yeah, so it's definitely always hotter in here than it is outside. And as you can imagine, in the summer, that can be a little bit miserable. So if it's like 90 outside, it's definitely at least 100 in here. It gets pretty hot because the ventilation just comes from outside. It's kind of outdoor temperature. But right now, it's only about 70. It's not really that warm throughout the entire room. And we have like the little temperature gauge over there. Yeah, so this cone is just blocking off the opening to the piece so that they can blow more air in and kind of expand the glass. And then with those corkwood paddles, those paddles in our visiting artist hands, they were probably just doing a little bit of touching up, shaping, making sure it didn't blow out too far in one direction. Yeah, so far when we were using these corkwood paddles, we've been using them so lightly that you're not really seeing a drastic change all at once when they're using them, but they're just very subtly flattening one side or very subtly adding a little bit of a curve to one side. So this piece is, oh, all of these pieces are more so abstract, but this piece that we're working on right now is similar to this one in the fact that it's inspired by the female body. It's supposed to be kind of breast-like, and we are also taking some inspiration from the moon, apparently. So we have a kind of a silvery color for this piece. We have a transparent gray and a semi-transparent white, and then those little air bubbles throughout the entire piece that kind of remind me of stars or glitter. And then we also have, you know, the overall shape is supposed to be kind of breast-like, like this piece right here. And we did one of these earlier today as well. Was a different color scheme, a little bit of a different theme to it. Yeah, our artist is inspired by the body and nature, so some of her pieces will even combine the two. Like this one is probably based off of an elbow, for example. So right here, we're trying to break off this little disc that's around the opening of the piece. That's just a little bit of excess glass that we were using as a handle to stretch the glass earlier. Yeah, if you haven't seen this small handheld torch already, I really like to mention it. This is the hottest item in the hot shop. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The molten glass itself, when it's at that honey texture coming fresh out of the furnace, is at 2,100. So it's over double that heat. It's going to very quickly heat up the end of this piece. We use it for detailed work, such as working on these small sections. When breaking that disc off the very end of the piece, this left us with just a little bit of a jagged opening, so I assume we're going to go in and maybe cut some of that glass off to make it even again, which is why we're going in and superheating that opening. So after heating up that opening, it looks like we're evening it out by pressing into the glass. So this is smoothing out any high edges that we have. So it looks like we're actually getting ready to break this piece off and put it away at the center bench. So we're going to start heating up this connection area until we start to see a little bit of movement in there. Then we know it's safe to apply some water to crack that connection and break the piece fully off. You can also always tell when we're getting ready to put it away because you'll see somebody getting suited up in this big shiny suit and Kevlar gloves. And this is going to allow the artist to actually pick up this piece to put it away. And when we do put it away, we're putting it inside this large black box over on the right wall called the annealer. This is going to very slowly cool this piece of glass down overnight so that it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece again until tomorrow once we do put it away. And if you guys are curious, I was kind of checking in to see what we were doing over on the left bench, for example. We're already starting the next project. So this is a little bit of a production style, sort of making glass continuously, and then we'll be able to pass that bubble over to the center bench if we want to. So to break this piece off, once again, we're just applying some water to crack that connection, and then we tap the pipe. And that should be all it takes to cleanly break this piece off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing their second piece of the day. Now this is going into the annealer as I was previously describing. It's going to hold it at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. Then with the press of a button, it'll slowly cool down. And once again, we have technically already gotten started on the next piece over on that left bench. This will probably be the same process as all the other pieces we've made today, where we will start layering colors on top of each other. And once again, this is all starting from something called color bar, basically a solid piece of colored glass. We'll take a small section of it, melt it down, and drop it onto the end of our pipe. And we have something inside of this box here. I would assume that it's something called a color cup, which is, as it sounds, basically a cup of colored glass. And it's just got straight walls and a round bottom. And how we use it is we create another bubble of glass, whether that has color, whether it's just clear, and we we'll actually stuff it inside of the cup to pick it up. And that basically gives us a layer of color on the very outside of our piece. Yeah, so that's the same thing we did for all these previous pieces. They all have, based off of from what I've seen, about 4 layers of color each. They have a semi-transparent white and then a transparent color of another kind. And they'll layer 2 of those colors each, 2 of them inside of one bubble that we're stuffing, and then 2 of them inside of the color cup itself. And because of us stuffing a bubble inside of a color cup, this also allows us to get gradients if we want on the piece. So we can have a richer color on the bottom of the cup and then a different color underneath, for example. Oh yeah, this is something you don't see super often, but it seems like they found either a small air bubble or a particle stuck in the glass, and so they're using a Dremel to get those particles out, and then all they have to do is remelt the surface of the glass and it should be good to go. So, welcome to those who joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a visiting artist with us. Her name is Nadège Desgenétez, and she's the one in the red and kind of brownish gray shirt up in the front here. And everyone else is assisting in creating these designs that she has made. This piece that we're making right now is going to have two components coming together pretty shortly here. So at the center bench we have a color cup, which has a gradient of a transparent color on it. And then we have also created this second bubble of color that we will eventually be stuffing inside of this cup to pick the cup up. So this basically just creates two layers of color on top of each other. This is really helpful for getting gradients with multiple colors in it, for example. And we're getting ready to stuff that cup pretty soon. This is our glass furnace. If you haven't seen them use it already, this is just a giant crucible holding a pool of molten glass inside of it at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So each time we go into here, we're getting a new layer of clear. These other furnaces with the open faces, these run around the same temperature between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, but they do not have anything physically inside of them. They're just used for reheating the glass. Now, each time we get a layer of clear onto our glass, we always go in and we smooth the entire surface out before we expand the bubble. This just makes sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of all of this glass. So we're going in with this carbon fiber pad, and we are changing the shape of this bubble a little bit. We've kind of tapered the end of it. And this is the shape that we want before we stuff it inside of that cup. We want to make sure it's long and kind of narrow. So all of Nadège's work is inspired by the body and nature, which I might have mentioned earlier, maybe not. But for example, some of these pieces, like this one is inspired by a breast, and we made two of those earlier today, breast-inspired pieces. But this piece we're making right now is apparently inspired by a finger, so it's going to have like a little bit of a divoted end, and then it's going to be a little bit rounder and wider towards the other end. And this piece is going to eventually be mirrored on the inside, so they're going to literally pour a solution inside of this piece once the piece is cold on a later date, and they'll be able to coat the entire inside with that mirroring solution It's basically the same process as making older fashioned mirrors. Maybe they still do that. I'm not a mirror expert. So at this point, we actually are getting pretty close to breaking this cup off of the pipe and then stuffing this bubble inside of it. Right now, we're just letting this bubble cool down a little bit, and then we'll gather one more layer of clear over top of it. And then pretty quickly after that, we'll bring it over and stuff it inside of that cup. So preemptively, they are heating up that connection where the cup is attached to the pipe. You can see it moving around quite a bit. And they will continue to heat up that area until they're ready to break it off. So we've just gotten that one more layer of clear. And this one is specifically a strip gather. So we're letting some of that glass drip off the end of the piece and into a bucket. This is all clear glass inside of that bucket. Later on, we'll crush it up and put it back into the furnace to melt down again. And every now and then we'll find small air bubbles inside of the glass or small particles. So it looks like Ben is just picking a couple of those out real quick before we move on. And to smooth out this bubble again, we are going in with that carbon fiber pad we've been using every now and then. And once again, this is stuffed with newspaper to just add a little bit of mass and insulation. At the same time, our visiting artist is shielding Ben from any heat that's radiating off of the glass. It actually does produce quite a bit of heat, and you can really feel it. It starts to burn very quickly, so we frequently will have someone shielding. And now we just have to heat this up until it's hot enough to stick to the inside of this cup. And this next part does happen pretty quickly. So we've just brought out a heated ring and placed it on the floor. And next we'll break this cup off of its pipe and set it upright inside of that heated ring. Give it a little puff of air inside, making sure there's no particles. And we immediately bring that bubble over and stuff it right into the bottom of that cup. And then as they push down, this bubble will continuously fill up the cup from the bottom up, slowly sticking to the sides of the cup. I know, this is really satisfying, isn't it? It's really fun to watch. So now just like that, we have that gradient layer of color attached to the outside of that bubble. Yeah, so this part right here, we have to heat up this overhang where we have the cup kind of hanging off while we're pressing it down to the side of the bubble. So we're going in with this fluffy flame. So now after creating a little bit of a smoother shape, we're just going to get off this little bit of excess clear glass on the very end. So we just superheated it with that small handheld torch, and we're just going to break off that little bit of excess glass. And I've had quite a few new people join here and there, so I want to reintroduce what we have going on real quick. So once again, today we have visiting artist Nadège Desgenétez, and she's the one up closest to us in the front here. And she has designed all the pieces that we've been making today. These pieces are inspired by the body and nature. The pieces we made earlier today were inspired by the female body. They were inspired by breasts. And the piece we're making right now is actually going to be kind of based off of a finger. And so we will see that take shape and take place here in the hot shop. We're just starting to blow this piece out in general. We were working on getting all the layers of color and clear glass we need, and that is the longest part of the process. So we've just gotten through that. And could I have the slideshow of Nadège's artwork up on the screen? Thanks. So up on the screen, there will be a slideshow going for anyone that hasn't seen it yet. This gives you a good idea of what the final products might look like. This piece that we're making today in the hot shop is eventually going to have a mirror finish on the inside, kind of like this one right here. And this is literally a solution that they pour into the piece and kind of spread around to create the appearance of a mirror. And that's all done when the glass is cold on a later date. So we're not going to see the mirroring, but you can kind of picture it through these images right here. And then, of course, we have these pieces down on this front table. These are final products that you guys can reference as well. Yeah, so at the center bench, we're trying to let this cool down a little bit. So we're just sitting here and letting the glass rest in the room temperature air. It's pulling some of that heat out. And I assume this is to get one more layer of clear glass over top of everything we have so far. So just building up a little bit of mass for the piece. So if you were here earlier, they already finished that piece. I know. Somebody asked me about it earlier. It's inside of this large black box over on the far right wall, and it has to rest in there at least overnight, so we won't see it again until tomorrow. But yeah, we finished that piece by creating this really, really small opening with the remainder of the piece that was previously attached to the pipe. And for those who recently joined in, all of the different pieces we've been making today have been inspired by the body in some sort of way. The two previous pieces we made were inspired by female body, so they were breasts. And this piece is supposed to be inspired by a finger. And so we're just going to watch how this blows out and plays out. I can describe the shape a little bit. It almost looks like the very end of a thumb, maybe. It's like a little bit wider at the base and then a little bit tapered on the end. So and it's really hard for me to estimate how heavy this glass is. You could tell that they're putting a lot of effort into even just carrying this glass around. But I want to mention, even if it's only like 20, 30 pounds, it feels so much heavier when it has that leverage against you, being all the way on the end of the pipe. So it feels maybe 3 to 5 times heavier, depending on how long the piece is and how thick it is. And right after cooling the pipe down, we've started using the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. It's going to just smooth and even out the surface of the glass, making sure the bubble inside blows out evenly. And yes, we already do have a bubble inside of all this glass. You just can't see it underneath that rich layer of color within the glass. So right here, we're actually blowing into the end of the pipe, and that air is traveling through and expanding the glass like a balloon. And at that same time, Ben was going in with that pad and just kind of controlling which way the bubble is blowing out. So this right here, this is creating something called the jack line. We're using the jacks, these two metal blades, to kind of squeeze into the glass near the pipe. And this is our breaking point. So later on, we have to break the piece off of the pipe, and we'll be breaking it off from this divot right here. We'll always do this before we even finish the shape of the piece. So from here, this is when we would start blowing it out quite a bit and actually turning it into that finger. It looks like at this point we're blowing a little bit of compressed air as well. This is being blown onto the very end of the bubble. It's kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. It's just going to cool it down a little more rapidly, preventing the glass from blowing out too much in that one direction. Yeah, so earlier I was describing that we were making a sort of finger shape, our visiting artist told me, and this is exactly what that drawing looked like when she showed it to me. So this right here is probably a really good example of what this piece will kind of end up being. Once again, it has this kind of tapered shape right here, almost like where your nail bed would be, and then it's this thicker area as if this is the knuckle starting. Yeah, now this is where the shaping is going to take place. So Ben is going in with 2 corkwood paddles. And this corkwood is a very gentle material on the glass. It's not going to cool down the glass when we touch it to it. It's going to remain really warm. And we've been using these to sculpt almost all of these pieces. And for those who just joined in, once again, we're trying to make a piece that looks very much like this one down on the front table right here. And it's inspired by the shape of a finger. So we have kind of a smaller tapered area, which is like where your nail bed would be. And then it's wider towards the base, which is where your knuckle would be. And to create this, we're going to be using a variety of methods. Sculpting is a really difficult process to talk about, so it's more of a you watch and learn sort of thing. But if you guys ever have any questions, whether it's about the visiting artist who's designed these pieces, once again up in the front here, her name is Nadège Desgenétez, or if you have questions about the glass, the museum, any questions are fine. So it's really hard to describe exactly how they make any sort of shape. You can use basically anything you want. You can carve out a shape in a watermelon and blow a bubble into a watermelon. I've seen people use potatoes as molds. I've seen people use butter knives to sculpt things. You can use basically anything you can imagine except for your own hands. So this setup we have on the floor consists of a piece of kiln shelf that has been coated in a layer of beeswax. Now beeswax has burned over time, causing it to turn black like it is right now, but this is basically preventing the hot glass from sticking to that kiln shelf. And they used it to completely flatten one side of our piece. So based off of this piece that they brought out for displaying, it looks like this is going to be the end of the finger, the thicker end, and then it will break it off of this pipe, and then we'll form that more tapered end after we break that piece off of the pipe. So after heating up just the corners or the edges of this piece, we're reflattening it on this board. We're just trying to crisp up those edges a little bit and get more geometric angles in there. And it looks like we accomplished that. It looks a lot more like 90 degrees instead of a softer rounded corner. And for those who are just joining in, I'm glad we have this example out. We're creating a form that is shaped basically exactly like this one right here on the front table. And this is based off of a finger. So this tapered end is kind of like your nail bed, and that's what's going to be created on the end that's attached to the pipe. And then this thicker end, which is facing some of you on that side, is supposed to be almost like where the knuckle is on your finger. So all of these abstract pieces are inspired by the body and nature. So some of these pieces will be inspired by certain plants or certain body parts. We have some good examples on the front table. So right here, we're just using a Dremel and grinding at the surface of the glass. I would assume that this is because they may have found small particles stuck in the surface of the glass and they're trying to get rid of those particles before we move on. Because the more we heat the glass up, the more kind of gooey it's going to get and the particles will be permanently stuck in the glass. So we'll just grind those off before we move on to the next step. And it's no worries that we're leaving kind of a rough texture behind, because what we can do is we just reheat that area enough for it to remelt, and then it smooths completely back out again. So right here, they're basically pushing at the piece from two sides at the same time. They were pushing on the bottom, pushing on the sides at the same time, hopefully just crisping up that corner even more. There's a lot of detail that goes into each of these pieces. They're making these detailed adjustments so subtly that sometimes you don't quite notice a difference until you look the beginning product versus the end product. And of course, after using those corkwood paddles, sometimes you'll see the artist brushing the surface of the glass. The corkwood burns really, really quickly, and sometimes it'll leave particles behind. And to prevent them from getting stuck, kind of like you saw a moment ago, we will brush the surface to get rid of those particles. And I just want to mention, I think you guys have probably already known this, but uh, the museum's galleries will close in 30 minutes. So if you haven't checked those out already, you should probably check them out. But I assume that this piece might even go a little bit late into the, like after the closing hours, just kind of based off of what I'm seeing so far. So you guys might be able to stick around a little late and watch this piece be finished. So now while they're finishing up those very final details on this end of the piece at the center bench, we are getting started over on the left bench. You can see Sarah has a little bit of clear glass on the end of her pipe over there. And this is eventually going to be brought over and attached to this flattened end of the piece right here at the center bench. And then they'll completely break this piece off with the pipe that it's on right now. This will give them access to the more tapered end of the piece where we'll be able to finish it off and even close off the end, it looks like. So the center bench at this point, they're just keeping the piece warm. They're not going to be editing it anymore. And this includes a lot of torching in this back end of the piece where the glass is connected to the pipe. They're going to continuously heat this, sometimes even until they see a little bit of movement in that connection. Meanwhile, over on that left bench, we have quite a bit of glass on the end of this pipe, just a little bit of clear, and it's going to be blown out into a bubble and then opened up on the end of that bubble until we basically have a tube on the end of that pipe. And then this will be brought over and attached to that flat end as I was previously describing. And you can kind of picture what this will look like just based off of this piece right here. We still have a large piece of that clear attached to the end. And this is all something that we have to grind and polish off on a later date through a process called cold working. Basically use tools that are a lot like woodworking tools, except we keep water constantly running and we use a lot of diamond grit. So we've just brought over that pipe that they were working on over on the left bench. And as I was describing earlier, this has been turned basically into a clear tube of glass on the end. This is attached right to the end of our piece on that flat end. And to make this easier to break off later on as well, they'll go in with the pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and they're carving into the glass until it forms a divot. And to break this piece off, they apply a little bit of water, which is cracking that connection point. Then all they have to do is tap the pipe. And that should break this piece cleanly off. And this goes right back into the furnace. We want to make sure the entire thing is staying warm right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So from here, we would close off that opening, at least partially, because once again, we're creating this shape right here where we have this little bit of a tapered end. And that's what we're going to be creating next, is this smaller tapered end of the piece. Yeah, so we've just flared out the opening of the piece and then sectioned it off into a disc. And we'll use this disc sometimes to actually stretch the remainder of the glass. So sometimes you'll see them go back in and they'll start pulling away from the piece. And that's them just stretching the glass out. And I think that they will need to do a little bit of stretching and maybe even a little bit of angled pulling to get this exact shape that they're going for. Now I want to highlight this because as we don't see this super often, Ben is heating up, superheating a tungsten drill bit and pushing it into the side of the piece. So this is both melting and drilling a hole into the piece. And this is really important because we are going to eventually completely cut the disc off of the end of this piece, and that will completely seal off the bubble. And we don't want to create a vacuum, so we need to be able to have one opening for air to go in and out. So we've just created that opening in the piece. And once again, eventually we will be cutting this disc off after a little bit more stretching of the end of the piece. So Ben is going in with a pair of diamond shears, and the reason they're called diamond shears is because when these blades come together, they form a diamond shape. So they're these two basically 90-degree angled blades. And because of this, we can use them as a handle, and we can kind of grab onto a piece of glass. And we were doing that to stretch out the end of the piece. And then we also just cut that excess bit of glass off at the same time. So Nadège is heating up just the very end of this nozzle. This is going to blow some compressed air, and they're using it to reinflate the piece a little bit. And they're doing this pretty carefully, pretty lightly, because if they were to really go for it, they could actually blow the end of the piece out. The air gun can be pretty powerful. So we're just going to lightly blow a little bit of air into the piece, which is reinflating this hot section, just the very end of the bubble. So just to check in with everyone, does anyone have any questions so far? If you ever do have questions, just feel free to let me know at any point.